Oh, it's too early. I'm still sleepy. But we'll probably do 1.5 or 2 half studies today. Probably. Like this one plus another. So this is not actually a painting from Yu Mingli. It's not from a painting at all. It's from a photo. But we'll do another one that's from. Actually, I might look at Yu Ming's painting and then see what I can add to this, or see what I can learn from it. Oh, hi. I'll give it a few minutes before I start on this one. I'm also doing this one for Kimo Dameshi for the server. Just like you have to draw once every day, or else you get kicked. I think some people are joining, so I'll give it a few minutes. No rush. It's gonna be kind of a long stream, I think. I have so many recorded videos that I have to, but I don't have to, but I could turn into speed paints if I wanted to, but I'll never get through it. Probably takes me the same amount of time to edit something than to just post a drawing. The skin color, it's like gray. It's gray or blue on the middle, and then on the edges red. For this one, it's different for every piece. Depends on the lighting. But we'll talk about that a little bit today. I'll talk about some stuff today. That's the well, actually I posted this stream as a discussion for colors, but I'll probably talk about random stuff as well. I'm well, here's some random stuff. I'm actually in a position where I might have to make money from art soon or now. Now's good. Art or art related stuff. I don't know. Sell prints, go to cons and stuff. Or teach art. I mean, I do teach art right now, but teach more art, I guess. Okay, I'll slowly start to draw. If I can. Yeah, chemo's kind of interesting. It's like a good way to keep sketching, I guess. The tricky part is for skin is like you have to look at what the skin the color at the skin actually is, not just think, oh, it's skin, so I'm gonna pick like pink. Yeah, sometimes it's pink, but sometimes it's not. So I think what I need to do is I need to block colors. still instead of. I actually don't know. Because I can progress like with softer values or softer shapes instead of hard shapes right now. But this is a pretty mostly soft light. So I'll say stuff like this is a little harder. You can't easily cut out shapes for studies like this. I'll be able to talk about colors a bit more when we're studying like a painting from Yu Ming Lee later. Right now I almost like how this looks, but there's something off about it. Hopefully I'll figure it out. I mean, it's not midnight for me, so morning. I'm in the United States. So are they're these very sharp lights. Like they're reflective lights, but they kind of have hard to draw and have the same texture. I don't know if it's like a texture problem or like a transition problem. It's a pretty niche problem though. I think it's a transition problem. Like if I just get the right transition in the right direction, there would be no problem. Or I can do it like Ranja, Ranja, Ranja. Like just go in, render the pixels. But I kind of don't like doing that. It's a style that I don't want to incorporate too much. I have drawn on iPad before. It's okay. I still prefer the keyboard. Yeah, I definitely don't like this. Like I don't like drawing like this. It's too say inorganic. That's I think how I would describe it. I mean, the result he gets is definitely really interesting, and the guy is probably one of the best painters. So I just I don't know if I want to adapt the way that he renders because I don't find it enjoyable. The way he blocks is great. It's fairly standard actually, but the way he render is not standard. Repetitive keystrokes. I don't use blend tools ever. Personally, I think blend tool is a pretty bad tool. I mean, I guess there's not really bad tools. Okay, blending tool is often or like very poorly used. I think there's like a okay way to use it, but most people don't. They use it too carelessly. Yeah, I'm trying to make everything kind of smooth in this painting. It's not hard to do. It just takes a little bit more time. Not even a lot, like just a little bit more time. It's just brush lightly and yeah, we can work out these little kinks and drop the highlights in. So the way I'm painting right now is kind of close to how I would do it in traditional. Just being a bit more careful. No, 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 not 12 minutes. This is like an hour in. I started before the stream even started. I just started halfway. This is about an hour. Pluvium means like related to rain. Grandis means big, so big rain. I like rain, so that's why. You know, initially I wanted the word either pluvia or petrichor. Petrichor meaning the smell of rain. I mean, just the amount of strokes I put in, I can't really do this in 12 minutes. Maybe like that wasn't really rushing for speed. I think I could get here in about 30 minutes. Yeah, 30 minutes is not that bad. I think I need these like tiny strands to get the feel, the texture. Let's work in the shadow. Okay, so I don't like drawing hair like this, but I really like the effect it gives. So I guess we'll do this. I think Barg is the very basics that everybody should know. If you don't, if you're not proficient with the method he describes, then you should study it. But after that, you're okay. Like you don't really need to follow it too much once you know how to do it. But know how to do it perfectly. So I made the color wheel slightly bigger because I wanted to see if it affects my control over the colors. This part is not bright enough. Let's do... What is that? Huh. Yep, it's Clip Studio. I actually don't like painting with Clip Studio as much because of how much the brush lags, but they do have sharper what you call it, sharper edges on Clip Studio, so that's one advantage. But look at how much this lags. It's crazy. It doesn't really, technically it's not a downside, but it just feels not good. It's faster for me personally. And I think I have better control on the PC. Like very light brush strokes like this. I can't do as well on the iPad. I think it's just a matter of the iPad has not as much low range sensitivity, maybe. It is 8,000 pixels tall, I think. There's almost nothing I can't achieve. Well, there's nothing I can't achieve that I can think of on Procreate versus Photoshop or Clip Studio Paint. It's just how comfortable am I getting there? The same result, I mean. Like it might take me a little longer, like a painting might take me, you know, 4 hours on Photoshop. It might take me 5, 6 hours on Procreate, for example. It's it's still kind of ongoing, like they're still here, and I've been busy because I took up a job in teaching in real life, but I should go back to it a little bit in a little bit. I recently gave them something to work on, and I still have to critique that. Okay, I should probably work on the face because I don't really like how it looks. Work on it slowly. likeness is a matter of facial proportions. So going back to the bark comment, if you can do bark perfectly, you would have no problem doing likeness. Bark, um, Japanese illustrations, I'm assuming you're talking about like the layering and the anime cell shading stuff, is like it you just have to layer more with different elements. So they layer for shadows, they layer for different objects, they layer for like highlights or different effects, like if there's um like a glare effect, or like if there's like a weapon that clashing or firing, uh they just they they use layers as much as, I wouldn't say as much as possible, but very liberally. Whereas a more traditional approach, there's very little layers or no layers. So right now I'm on a layer, but really there's no reason for me to be. Oh, hi. Liquefy. I think that's what you're referring to. It moves it a little bit, so I needed to squeeze the chin a little bit. So you can also just redraw it, or like move the lines a little, the edges a little. But sometimes liquefy is just convenient. I'm not like 100% traditionalist, so if the tools make sense to use. This hair texture. Sometimes it's hard to simplify hair textures. Oh, there's like pearls here. That's about the value, maybe a little brighter. I'm still trying to keep this more impressionistic. Danny Lai Lai, Kan Liu, Guizi, and yeah, that's pretty much it for me, personally. Okay, so these pearls are pretty easy to hit, I think. It's just the highlight giving it form. More worried about these clothing folds or cloth surface changes. No, I like this. So you see the color I'm laying down right now? It looks red, but it's actually just, it's still blue. It's almost gray, like this stuff here. It's only because the edges are blue, or the color around it is blue. So it's the same problem with skin. Like people paint skin because or pick pink or whatever to paint skin, but sometimes it's not pink. It's like blue in this case, or gray. Oops. Oh, okay. Let's see. There's these really thin lines that looks like um, glares. They are glares from the fabric. Like if the fabric is tangent to the light, or it's letting the incident angle of the light hit the viewer, then we'll have these really thin, probably a little red. Let me see if I can do this. that work? Yeah, I think that works. Sharp edge under the cloth. Because the cloth when it folds, it has sharp edges, and then the other part is like, because of how shiny the cloth is, it only has a very narrow incident angle. It's just the material itself. So stuff like, let me see if I can do it. Hold on. Let me see if I can cheese it. Okay. Maybe I can't cheese it that much, but wait, what if I do that? That's too sharp. Oh, shoot. That's too sharp. This is too sharp. Uh, I want to see if I can have like enough texture control. It's like texture and edges or lost edges. A little bit of both. So I'll actually go a little slower on the study. I'll go a little faster on the Yuming Lee one, but this one I want to get more out of. Because the Yuming Lee study is just going to be building habits. There's nothing in there I don't understand well, but it's more of like, can I build the same habits? I mean, this is a somewhat similar style. The style is a little tighter than how you mainly draws, but it has some similarities. Do you have experience with painting weapons like AR? No, not really. I mean, I don't think it's difficult to paint stuff like hard surfaces, like guns and swords and stuff. So for this painting, I don't want anything to feel out of place. Like right now, there's a couple. like this texture here is a bit too unfinished. It's like I think it's a little too unfinished. Why is this so? How you make the colors bright or like vibrant is not the color itself only, but the neighboring color as well. So if all your colors are super bright and super highlighted, like very neon, it's all gonna look pretty dull. But like I'm right now I'm painting with almost gray, but it looks very shiny pink, right? So like even this is like look at how desaturated this is. It's like 30%. And it looks fully saturated here because it's next to blue. So you don't need to crank up the saturation to get colorful things. Unlike like it's kind of counterintuitive. So it's like also how sharp you make certain things. Like if I zoom in here and make something sharp, it'll look sharper both in color and shape and values. So the theory on color is pretty straightforward. Um, and you can get a lot out of studying black and white because the concept transfers pretty well. Like if you can do black and white really well, then you can probably pick up color pretty easily. A lot of people are like, they spam like color theory, but it's like it's more of a theory of contrast. Now you're just adding more dimensions to it. So like color has hue and saturation for a tool, um, like a contrast tool. So all you really need to do is like be able to notice and pick up tiny contrast changes to build edges and shapes. If you can do that, you can do that with colors. So I study in black and white is so good because if you study black and white, that means you're isolating your um, tool for contrast and shape building to just one dimension. You're doing it's either bright, like dark, or it's white, or it's like black or white, or anything in between. Right? But for color, there's values, and then there's hue, and then saturation. So now you have 3 dimensions. So if you can't control one very well, you probably won't be able to do three. So that's why it's like it's always weird to see people like, oh, I gotta practice color, but then they don't really have values down. They can't really practice color that well if you don't have values down. So you can practice color palette picking, like you have a aesthetics for choosing complementary colors or analogous colors, but that's it's like the difference between building taste and technical skill. You need both, but oh, there's no but. You need both. You can't have one and not the other. Oh, what the heck is this? Like not letting me get the right color. Okay. Batman. That's like the furthest thing from Ganyu. Nearly the furthest thing from Ganyu. Probably not the furthest thing. I'm being a bit more careful on this one. Still don't like how it looks, but we will get there. We'll get there. With blue hair. Yeah, I suppose. Okay, let's dig a little bit into the details. Our major shape's kind of locked at this point. I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, let's go digging into the pixels. So there's this, and then there's bounce shadow. Or bounce light, my bad. Bounce shadow. Okay. I swear I know what I'm talking about. Sometimes. Most of the time. Sometimes. Okay. And then I'm not trying to push for like too much realism, but I do want to see what the light is doing. Yeah, okay. Maybe a little darker. Oh, too dark. Okay. Clean up this stuff here. Well, first of all, what's the right color? I've heard of Renault tuna. I don't know if that's how they pronounce it, but I don't know them personally. I always use. No, I don't have specific color I always use. I use whatever color that needs to be used at the time. It's gonna be different for every single painting, but the logic between choosing colors is gonna be similar. Like there's a logic for choosing color, and everybody has a slightly different logic. That's how they get some of the stylization. Like the way Yuming Lee chooses color is gonna be different from how I choose color. No matter how much I study it, because it's my preference, and you'll hopefully you'll draw towards your preference. It's almost impossible to have like the same set of preference as somebody else because there's so many different variables. So what I like and what other people like are not going to be the same. But I can try to see what their preferences and then try to pick with the same preference in mind if I'm studying them instead of using my own. Tuna is more, I mean, she's like, he, I don't actually know. But their their illustrative illustration style is cleaner, and they're also more focused on design than painting. Bruce Wayne. There's so many actors for Bruce Wayne. Oh hi. Oh man. Almost read that as rivals. I can never escape. Oh, I have a nosebleed. Hold on. Be right back. Man, I haven't gotten a nosebleed in a while. What happens when you use 11% of your brain instead of 10? Wallop study when? I've studied Wallop before. And I feel like I like studying other artists more because I don't know why, but like I want to spend more time studying Yumin Lee and Danny. So I feel like there are more things I want to take from them, I guess. I'm just here to take things. Take as much as possible. I really need to clean up like some of the surfaces. These needs to be a bit more uniform. Like exaggerate some of these surfaces. Like this right here. It's like a blue fringe. expand that a little. Yeah, I think that looks nicer. There's some shapes that I don't want to lose when I'm painting, like that's a little. I think that's a little better. Uh, yeah, I gotta take their souls. I gotta take all their years of training. I'll condense it and give it to myself. Yes. Like they've trained for all their lives and probably figured out some pretty cool stuff. I'll just take it from them. Just download it. So that I don't have to do the hard work and I can draw the cool stuff without doing all the studies that they did. Okay, so Ben Affleck, Robert Patterson, yeah, Pattinson. There you go. If someone's specifically studying for a painterly style, should they consider line art to still learn from it? I mean, everybody should learn how to draw with lines. That's different from line art, but drawing with lines is kind of important. It's like, can you cut shapes? And then for painterly style, that's such a wide range. Like there's so many different methods and workflow and styles that you can call painterly, and they're all different. Like I've seen people call cell shading painterly, and it confuses me. But it's however they people want to agree on using the word. So I don't really know how to answer that question because I don't know what painterly means at this point. Technically, if we focus on the definition, it's like painterly means styles that look like it is painted with actual paint in real life. In that case, study Renaissance art, like Renaissance older master arts, not current masters. And that's what a lot of these artists do. Like a lot of these painterly artists do. They just study older masters because, well, they use paint and they're really good at it. So it's not complicated. Yeah, a lot of people overcomplicate things like which tutorial do I follow to get a certain style, or if you want a style of a specific artist, study that artist or study who they study, which is probably even better. And technically I could draw this into Millennium Actress because she has the same mole, but we'll stick to the study. I'm going way more slow than I'm normally going because there's a lot to digest for me. Okay. Tips on making cool looking poses. Be really good at drawing form and then study anatomical proportions. And then study composition. There's Dave Calvis who made splash art for League. He starts with something like simple line art and then. Yeah, so it's like a base sketch for painting, right? Like if someone's painting traditional, then they can start with a base sketch that's like really simple, just to place some anchor points there, so they know how to approach the blocking without being too off. That's probably the same thing, like the same method, similar. And you can do that. A lot of people do that. I like painting without much sketch. I mean, I'm still really sketching when I'm blocking in stuff really roughly. Like it's still, it serves the same purpose, so I would consider it a sketch. But I like doing it like straight blocking because it feels more organic, free. It's more, there's more freedom in it. Like once you have a line art in or like a sketch in, then you're kind of confining yourself, right? You might get the same result, but it feels a little different. Okay, I need to make this brighter. This part. Let's maybe. That's how I approach painting. Your YouTube channel doesn't have join function yet. I don't know what join function is. I don't really use YouTube. I just post stuff. So, Neg Illustrator, I've heard of them. I don't watch YouTube for like tutorials and stuff because I rather figure it out on my own. Either on my own or just studying old masters. Because a lot of YouTube content is not very useful. Do you think making fan art is good for developing an art account? Yes, it is very good for developing an art account. Now, that's not the same thing as good at developing your art. And I think that part is more important. You should find things that do things that helps you develop your art, not just the account. So it's like you have to think about like, oh, let's say one day Facebook shuts down or yeah, basically Instagram shuts down. Like if your only worth as an artist is how big of an account you have, then that's probably a bad way of going about building your art career. Not even art career, but like progressing in the field. Not as a profession, but like in the world of art. So don't get too caught up in the social media stuff. What the heck is this? I feel like I want to use like little dots, like tiny, tiny dots. Like, maybe it's not too tiny. Where the dots, where the dots Oh my god. They're very small dots. Holy crap. Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on? Am I going crazy? Okay, there you go. Just one dots. That area. Uh, almost like noise, but okay. What old masters you find interesting or helpful to study? Personally, Leyendecker, and a little bit of John Singer Sargent. I mean, that's the obvious answer. Like, if you ask anybody which old masters to study, 9 out of 10 they're gonna list those two because they're good. But sometimes you don't. There's no secret sauce. You just they're good for a reason. A lot of people try to find like there's like some secret sauce artists that once you study them, you're good. But it's not really it's not really a industry secret or anything. It's just mileage. Well, mileage and intentional studies. You have to know what you're studying. So okay, this is not clear enough, and I don't know why. My values are pretty accurate, but or at least the relative are relative values. Maybe it's the texture or the sharpness of the shape. Like if I do, that looks bad. Okay. I do that. Maybe. Sergeant in the way that he chooses what edge to not exaggerate, but to show. I like it personally. I mean, people will probably study the same artist for different reasons, but for me, that's the reason. I don't know what value that is. So you can start Singer and study Singer and Leyendecker for their draftsmanship. Sure, they're good at multiple things. So, but if you're studying, there are things that you can't really study. Like you can't study John Singer Sargent for his anime style, for example. Oh, like the way I treat some shapes. Like I'm still missing some observations. Like I'm getting the colors wrong or the values wrong or the shapes wrong. Just all wrong. I find these tiny dots really hard to do. Like because the shape of the dot is still matter. I mean I can zoom in and copy it exactly, but it's like how do you do it fast? Uh, This part, it's hair and shadow, and it's kind of hard to do, so I'm screwing it up. That's a little better. So it'll make more sense if I add the highlight. Hold on. Maybe. Okay, so there's layering for the hair that I need to get. Oh, hi. Let's see, I think that's good. I'll go over the composition a little bit later, so I know what to fix. Oh, that's not good. He might have drawn the same picture. I don't know. Don't remember. I mean, the way I paint and the way he paints is there's some similarities, so and I did study him like once or twice. Might have similar taste. No, I didn't really squint. Not for this one. Maybe like once in the very beginning to get the blocking in. Wait, are you saying that because I got something wrong? Like something super off? I don't think anything is super off. If anything, it's like the preference. Like, I still don't like it. And it's because I've over exaggerated certain things. Or more like I just got the shape values wrong. Shape and values. Like, let's test this out. So we'll knock the values down a little bit here. Let's blur this out. And the light needs to be darker. This this whole thing. Hmm. It's a little better. I try not to squint too much. I just get the most information out of the beginning and just rely on the rest, like the intuition. kind of stuck. Not gonna lie. I think the painting is too tight. But I try to make it too tight. Maybe. Yeah, that's better. Uh, um, I think Photoshop is a bit more demanding for CPU. Maybe I should squint more. It's maybe that's the problem. Uh, oh, let me see. Probably 2.5 hours now. I keep going over the same places, and it's not making progress. I went the wrong direction. I don't know how to push it more to make it better. So maybe I give up on this one. I have no idea. I use the screen recording instead because I can see the brushwork. Whereas the in-app one is, I think the in-app one should be less CPU, but it doesn't show like brush strokes, the direction or like the actual strokes and stuff. So that's why I don't use it. Do I give up on this one? I don't know. I feel like I should because of diminishing return. Michael Fassbender. I like that feel, like of actors like Michael Fassbender or the um Sicilian. What's his last name? Peaky Blinders or Oppenheimer. I generally don't like drawing guys, but we'll see. Cillian, not Sicilian, Cillian Murphy. There you go. I like Matthew McConaughey as well. Okay, let's finish this up. Keep finding more things to add. Shit. Are you using a round brush? No, I am not using a round brush this time. Oh, hi. It looks like she has cat ears. It depends what I want to study. So sometimes I choose based on the color, sometimes the lighting, sometimes material. Depends. So this time is material and color, not so much lighting, because it's like most of it is soft light, and that's hard to deal with. More like it's just tedious to deal with, but I don't really learn too much. Now I'm kind of pushing for realism, which I don't really want to do. Push for the impressionistic stuff, not pixel crunch. This one's from Instagram, or not Instagram, Pinterest. The music, because I keep getting hit by DMCA notices, I just stopped. I don't want to deal with that. I just don't like seeing those emails. I was like, oh, DMCA affects the monetization, even though I don't monetize it, but it's like I get like not like 50, like 10 emails every time I stream, and it's like, oh, this and that copyright. It's kind of annoying. I would love to. I mean, I still listen to music. I just don't play it on the stream. I don't. You guys don't hear it, but I do. Hello. Oh, hi. So maybe if I'm trying to finish this one up, but I keep finding new things I should add. But at some point, it just becomes a realism push. and I just have to call it at some point. Like I want it to be more improvement in painting, not improvement in realism, if that makes sense. Be right back. We'll do another study after this. I'm just hopefully finishing up this in the next few minutes. Maybe the lips needs to be more red. I'll just check up the color a little bit. Or maybe, yes, let's do color. This is like 70% saturation or something. Let me guess. Oh, no, half saturation. So it's not even close. Let's do overlay. Because then I can change the value. Yes, let's drop the value a little bit. Actually need to work the pearls a little bit more. It's like with a few more strokes, it could look pretty good, but right now it's kind of eh. Because the form itself is like it's low contrast, but it's pretty well defined. So let me see. Let's try that. If I just let's try this. They're smaller. Oops. I think these gaps are important. Yeah, the gaps here. Oops. Yeah, it's like very little changes could do quite a bit at this point. Like right now I'm trying to define the silhouette of the pearls, but not go through the veil. So I want to keep the veil, but I want the pearls to be clear, like the shapes to be obvious. So it's like, how do I control the clarity of the form without pushing through the veil? It's kind of tricky. So the veil itself has texture, and I should exaggerate those textures. So it looks like the veil's still on top. Okay, and this part I want it to be darker because I want it to look like it's sticking to the hair, like very close to the hair. Let's see. Drop shadow on the veil. Very. These little, the smaller pearls have the same level of shine, but they're smaller. Like the shine radius or specular radius. nose, I kind of want to drag like a fold through it, the veil, like here, to show that the veil is actually over the nose, but then have the curvature. Because this is folded here, so I imagine this part would also be folded. Okay. Just let's push that logic a little bit more here. Push this side. I don't want the details of the smaller folds to overpower the major, like the main folds. So I would blur these out a little bit. Not blur, but lower the contrast. I also do this. There's this like screen door effect on the veil here. If I can do it consistently enough. Hopefully. Oops. This screen door effect has to be like oddly like uniform. And let's drop the contrast here. It's too much. Without adding texture, maybe. Like still too much here. Like right here. I really need to make myself like a simple rectangular brush so that it doesn't have any texture. I have free I like uniform gradient, like a rectangular gradient. So right now I have nothing like that, so it's kind of, I mean, I have a way to get it the same effect. It's just double the time. Let's get the values up here so that we can drop shadow on the veil. That looks like the veil's on top. Let's keep it a bit more flat. Okay. That's not flat enough. Like there's too much waviness. Too much waviness on this side as well. That's Ooh, okay. Just keep noticing more pearls. Oh my god. I'll never be done. Sorry guys. This is taking keeps taking longer than I thought. Are you using Clip Studio Paint? Yeah, I'm using Clip Studio Paint. Non-textural rectangular brush. Yeah, I could probably find it, but I want to adjust the pressure curves myself. It's probably gonna be starting with a linear curve for the like a low end cutoff, so that's it's lighter or it's I don't accidentally press stuff. I like making my own brush just because like there's some small settings where if I make it, I know how to dial it in better, and I'm sure it doesn't matter that much because I can just get used to a default one, but it's just what I'm used to doing. I guess if I think about it logically, it's like if I try to look for a brush I like, there's probably one out there, but I think it'll take me longer to find one that I like exactly than to make one. So I really need to clean up this. Like I don't know how to clean this up. Like we have more. Very clear shapes, but low contrast. Oops. Because the glare goes through. It goes through the veil, so even the shine itself would be kind of rough. Like that. And oh, there's a light drop shadow here for this separation. Let's put that in. It's pretty obvious. I want to get the proper uh feel of how much it's separated. Not too much, because then it looks gaudy. It looks too might look fake if you exaggerate it. It will look like HDR. I don't want that. it doesn't matter that much, I think. I mean, I painted with a few softwares. The results I get is not. It doesn't vary that much, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. I mean, I painted with Excel spreadsheets, so and that wasn't that bad to be honest. Excel spreadsheet was fine, and if that's fine, then most other software will be okay. I feel like the neck area is kind of garbage looking compared to some of the veils, and I don't know why. Maybe like it looks a little bit too plasticky. Maybe it's the bounce light, like the drop shadow and the bounce light, like here. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, actually, not really an Adam's apple. Maybe it's the voice box has drop shadow because it's protruding a little bit. Yeah, that's better. And then maybe cross contour lines because the skin has folds. Let's do. Let's lower the opacity. I think that's a little better. There's like very small hints of some anatomy, like for example the collarbone. And I could choose to exaggerate it. I'm not sure, but there's hold on. The collarbone is has like a little bit of shadow here. And I can kind of see it, but okay, that's probably good. I mean, I expect there to be more anatomy here, but there isn't. Just because I think like most of the part is covered, and because of how the light's hitting and how soft it is, it's not showing the. There's no drop shadow and there's no ambient occlusion because the environmental light is stronger than the direct cast light, so you wouldn't get as much ambient occlusion there. So basically, what I need to do is to get good. If we just get good, it will look okay. Uh, The shadow here is from the hair, not the actual ambient occlusion. So let's drag more texture through so it doesn't look confusing. That's really all I want to push there. Let's make this less sharp. And then looks too soft, but I don't know how to fix it. Need more, like the hair here looks too soft, but I just need more texture control. I don't have that yet. Mm. Ooh, for separation on the cloth, I can do a really red line. Could be thinner. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Same thing here. Is it normal to not finish paintings? Kind of normal. At least I hear that a lot. I mean, finish depends on what your skill level is at and what you're satisfied with. And sometimes your taste is higher than your skill, so you will never finish something. Like it feels like you'll never finish things. And I think that's common. So is the other way around where your taste is lower than your skill, so you finish everything you try. So oh, that's good for the screen door effect. Okay. Oh, that's hard. Okay. Wait, can I do it with... There's a, I mean, to me, there's a lot of stuff I can still do. It's like, where do I cut it off, right? Like, there's still shadows that are just not treated well. They're not looking, the form's not looking correct. It's either, it has to be either, well, it has to be correct and aesthetically pleasing, or at the very least aesthetically pleasing. And some parts are not, so. A lot of parts are not. So, let's see. For example, like the hue in this shadow on the side of the face looks pretty bad to me. Actually the shape looks pretty bad too. Let me change that real quick. So that's a little better. Okay, like this strip right here looks wrong. Just looks off. It doesn't look like it's folded from the same piece of cloth. Or it doesn't look like the same piece of cloth is folded under itself. And I think maybe the transparency here. So maybe the transparency here. And then the color of the cloth itself is not uniform, considering the lighting. Maybe it needs to be more blue because this is under, it's like in shadow. So this part might need more blue. Like, what kind of shadow does a semi-transparent veil that's folded cast on this? On this? So like, maybe I'm missing this. I don't know. A little cluster. What do you mean? Like this stuff? Yeah, it's kind of bad, but see, I don't. Okay, I do know what form that's supposed to be, but I. Let me try it. Yeah, each layer of full means less light passes through, but like it also depends on the direction that piece of cloth is folding. Or like that folded piece of cloth is like pointing direct to the light, or is it facing the light? It'll have different texture. Okay, so I need to clean this up a bit. Like the sharpness here, I might just have to lasso it. Hold on. Okay, like that might work. Just lasso. And then Let's do lasso on this side. Okay, that might be better. Too much, actually. Oh, would the shadow just be a darker and more saturated version of the base veil color? No, because it's like what's under it. Like, is it skin? Is it hair? So the hair turns purple for some reason. And then the skin, it's the blue is because it's covered by the blue-ish veil, the blue veil. So it turns the skin a little bit blue. So blue plus, so you have blue plus orange. Because they're so opposite of each other, you just get gray. So this is actually gray, almost gray. This is actually gray too. And then you have orange. So it turns a little bit gray, but then if you're covering skin and light gets to bounce inside more, then it turns orange. So that's why, plus the blush, that's why certain areas like here turns orange, and then under the veil directly turns orange. Redder. There's a lot of reasons. And we can theory craft all day, right? Like we can think about like how light interacts with material. Like you have subsurface scattering, you have drop shadows, bounce light. So bounce light on the first reception of the light, it receives the skin color, and then as it bounces like up here, or up here, it bounces on the hair and the skin, and then it goes up to be more red, and then when it hits skin, it turns super red, like here. This is bounced in ambient occluded areas. So the only light it's gonna receive is the like double, triple bounced light from the skin, or subsurface scattering. Yeah, I'm self-taught. Blue and orange cancels out, create a new. Yeah. Blue and so anything that's opposite, like green and purple, will cancel out to gray, and then yellow and blue. Essentially, yellow and blue would cancel out to gray. So, if your light is yellow and your subject is wearing blue clothes or something, then it turns gray. That's why there's that arguments like, oh, is the dress blue or yellow? Because we're talking about relative versus absolute color. So the dress itself might be yellow, but because the environment is so blue, if you color pick it, it's gonna be blue. So warm and cool. See, like if you say colors are warm and cool, it doesn't really. It's not useful. You can say they're relatively warmer or cooler. That's more useful than like, oh, red is warm and blue is cold. This blue is colder than this blue. That's In fact, this would look red versus that. So that's why this look at this. Like it looks red here, right? Like the glare inside the the blue veil. This is actually gray. Like very gray. In fact it's blue. Like maybe this is red? No, this is like pretty much pure gray. And this up here is blue. This is all blue. Even though it looks red. So warm and cold colors doesn't really matter that much. Relative color matters more. So when someone says, "Oh, you need to know like warm versus cold colors," no, you need to know warm versus cold relative colors, because you don't paint colors by itself. You paint colors with other colors. So. And like most painters, like any painters that are experienced, they notice whether or not they can vocalize it, whether or not they can formalize it. They know it either in theory or like intuitively, like from experience. And that's why I wanted such a big color wheel, because I can adjust the color temperatures and then just paint with it. Like for example here, like I want more purple, so I pick this color and I just move it towards more purple, and this would look purple. See? It's like it looks purple, but it's not purple. It's not even It's not even blue. It's like cyan. Like it's towards cyan. This is blue. This is more towards cyan. But when you draw it in, it looks purple because everything else is teal. Yeah, so I mean, anything you draw would be difficult. It's just faces and skin. It will be more difficult because if you're off with the color, it's very obvious. And people pick it up like a viewer who has no training in art, they can look at a drawing and be like, yeah, the skin color looks off because it doesn't look like what they see in real life. But most of the time, we don't know how to fix it because we don't know exactly what's wrong with it. We just know that it's wrong. So it's kind of the art, like if you're a trained artist, your job is to find out what's wrong with it and fix it. It's not hack. It's this is legitimately a perception, like a visual perception of color. It's a formal color theory. Like I see a lot of like color theory shorts on Instagram, and it's pretty funny. Like they find out like, like, for example, like this is actually gray and this is blue and that they're both blue, and they freak out and stuff. I mean, I'm sure they exaggerate, but that's that's a very small part of color theory. And it's like, yeah, relative colors can screw up your perception of colors, but they just take it and uh they think that's like that is the quintessential part of color theory. But really, it's like that's kind of the basics for, I wouldn't say color theory, but like perception is only a tiny part of color theory. That there's also um like palette or like analogous colors, complementary colors, or complementary hues, and how to use saturation to mess with that or mess with like contrast. Because your paintings makes up is made up of shapes. So how do you define those shapes? Like how much contrast do you put in, and you can use color, either a hue difference or a saturation difference to define uh, those shapes, and that's where you get a bit more complicated. And you can also take like, for example, a photo, reference. If you want to paint that photo reference, there's no way you're gonna get every color correct, even if you try to color pick, which I don't recommend. But when you try to simplify color, it's like the same thing as simplifying shapes. You want to break down the colors to understandable parts. You have to think in terms of like, uh, I guess not warm and cold, but how do you break the shapes down into blocks of colors? And then after that, it's like if you want to stylize, what colors do you think is more important? So that's why I have this red here. That's a exaggerated, because I think the warmth you get from subsurface scattering and bounce light is very attractive. So I exaggerate those things in color. But if you don't know why light does that, then you can't really pick what to exaggerate. You can emulate it. Like you can say, oh, I like how Gui's or Yuming Lee draws, and they always draw this red thing. Like they always draw this red highlight between shadows and light, and they call it terminators. I'll just do that. I'll do that in all my drawings, but that only gets you so far, because if you don't understand the concept or the reason why that happens. So when you follow like some YouTube tutorials or Instagram tutorials or TikTok art, TikTok art advice, you get the surface level stuff. Like, yeah, it's just if you want your paintings or your drawings to look cool, just put like a line of saturated terminators. That's gonna make your stuff look super cool. That's true. Sometimes. But you're not really making like an educated decision. You're just like trying to build a style, and that gets you only so far. Terminator and Core Shadow. Yeah, I don't even know what Core Shadow means. I don't even know. I don't even know what Core Shadow means. Um, yeah, define Core Shadow for me because I know things, but sometimes not. Like people invent new terms, so I might know only the newer term, but not the older one. Yeah, I understand you do need the appeal for shorts for people to watch, and you want the most condensed form of the information. You can't teach stuff from the ground up. But my issue with shorts is that uh not that the information is condensed, but the person presenting the information doesn't really know where it comes from, and they present it like it's like they found a gold mine, and they present it like that's what you need to study, and people study it. But there's not really much to study there. You have to know the rules to break the rule. Yeah, that's mostly true. Yeah. It is the same thing. Core shadow only occurs in form shadow. Oh, like instead of drop shadow, it's the shadow of the form itself. Like a yeah, drop shadow is casted on something else. And then form shadow is just it not being in the path of the light. The terminator line is the darkest part of the shadow. No, it's not. Well, sometimes it's not. I think oh, okay. Maybe most of the time it is. But Terminator is just the part of the shadow that's not facing the light, but it's also not receiving bounced light. And the reason why Terminators are saturated is usually because of subsurface scattering. Sometimes it's because of atmospheric lighting. Like if the only light that it's receiving is bounced light, then it's probably influenced by color. The other light that this area can receive is the subsurface scattering. Like the light bounces here, right? And then it travels up, and then that edge between, because this part is bright. Let's say, you see how bright the veil is at the edge of the veil. The edge of the veil is bright because it's turning, so it has more volume to block the light, so it receives more light. But if it receives more light, that means the skin receives less light. If the skin receives less light, then the only brightness, the only photons it will receive is the photons traveling under here through the skin, and it dissipates under the skin. So that's why it looks more red, because it's traveled only through the skin itself. So heck, why is my lighting kind of wrong here? It's not bright enough. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of nuances that maybe people don't consider. And I like the theory crafting part of art because it's fun, and it also allows you to make things outside of the reference. I mean, it's if you want the semi-realism and the realism, then you have to follow the physics logic, like the physical property of light. Does your brush include color blend? No, it includes color jitter, but never blend. It important because I feel like sometimes, yeah, it's annoying all the time for me. I don't like color blending because you lose control. So yeah, so that's color theory a little bit. And a lot of people like to separate these things. Like for example, if someone's like, I get this a lot, where I'm doing black and white drawings, and the black and white drawings look good because if the form and the lighting is consistent, then it'll look three-dimensional, right? Uh, the problem with that is like a lot of people see that it's like, oh, you're so good at values, or you're so good at lighting. It's like, how do I study values? You don't. Hmm, there's value studies, but there's not much of studying values, if you guys know what it means. Like, you can study how to apply values, but you don't really study the values themselves because there's only really dark. There's only like a scale. Like you can go really dark and then you can go really bright, and then everything in between. It's not complicated. This is brighter than this, and it's brighter than this. So it's not like there's some secret sauce to value control. If you want less contrast, just use very close values. If you want more contrast, use very big range values. Values with a huge range. The reason is not because I'm good at values, or I know values very well. No, it's like I know forms very well. Yes, it's a matter of observation and being able to look at form. If you do not have an accurate understanding, or like a good understanding of form, then it doesn't matter how good your values are, like how much control you have over the pencil. You're not gonna get it right. If you don't know what you're looking at, you can't try it. And this is why I say you can't study anatomy until you learn how to draw form. All right. Um, yeah, if you don't know how to draw or even look at form and accurately tell me what's happening in the reference, you try to study anatomy, it doesn't work because you don't know what you're looking at. A lot of people think that they know what they're looking at, but like if you ask the details, like, well, they don't know for sure. Like they look at a shadow, they don't know what is causing the shadow. Then that means you don't know the form. Oh, I do want uh higher saturation here and here. Is that too much? Eh. Form is just like a three-dimensional shape. Oh, this is really ugly up here. Why? Keep finding things I just not spend time on, and it looks bad. Yeah, form is like a sphere, a cube. Those are forms. A torus. or dodecahedron. Everything is made up of basic forms. Yeah, pretty much. Any shape. You can break it down into basic forms eventually. So if you can draw those accurately, you can draw any form, any lighting you want. So once you understand form and you study how light affects certain surfaces and material, then you can do lighting and values and stuff. So if your black and white drawings don't look good with reference, that means you have a lack of understanding for form. Or you just, if like a really early artist might just have like basic motor function issues, like they don't know how to press really light, or yeah. Sometimes you just have to put like 2 grams of force. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Damn, 83 people. Okay, 76 people in this stream listening to some nerd talk about boring things like black and white values. Yeah, Sorrowhead's a pretty good breakdown. I personally never studied it though. I mean, you can study photos as well, get the same information, but it does help with the breakdown process. Ooh, what is this? Yeah, I want to do this one slowly so that in the future I know what I'm doing more and I can speed it up for the stylization. Okay, so I don't think I should do this, but there's like these cross contour lines from the texture of the veil, because the veil runs in a single direction, right? The textile. And I could technically draw them all in, but I think that's pointless. Like it defeats the spirit of painting. Sometimes you notice things and you're just like, yeah, I probably shouldn't put that in, even though it's like academically interesting. If you're applying like textures or shaders in 3D, then that would be useful to notice. I'm trying to notice every single fold in the cloth, or like change in direction. Sometimes I do need to put it. Me talking, the boring stuff. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do too much cross hatching just because I want to rely on uh unintentional textures. Like I want to be able to use brushes more efficiently. So eventually, I'm not too worried about that right now, but I don't want to build habits I don't want to build. It's not necessarily bad habits. It's just I want to push my art in a certain direction. I know approximately what it is, and I'll stick to that. Oh, man, I keep noticing like weird stuff. All right, I have to still take care of the pearls, man. The pearls. So take this color, or this color, and then we lower the opacity. I think this will work. Yeah, this will work. Physically, it makes sense. Okay, and then we just have to, actually, let me do a few more. That's a pearl too, I didn't even notice. Okay, and now we just have to cut into it with slightly darker. I think that's enough. Yeah, see? That's crazy how small the changes have to be. Like that much is enough to show the pros. That's insane. I wouldn't have been able to see it if it was last year. So it improved a little bit over the last 12 months. Oh wow, okay. I did not expect it to be right on the first try, to be honest. Okay, and then okay, the drop shadow is wrong here, but I'm just gonna make it up. Let's do, all right. Do that. Yeah, that's good. Missed one or a few. Yeah, even tiny changes of value, you can just pick it up super easily. But like these are hard to know how to paint because most people wouldn't expect the change to be that small. Like they exaggerate the change. I think this hair pattern is the way I painted is really ugly, but skill issues. It's always skill issues. Like what? What is this? I mean, yeah, most people know that now, but still hard to do. Like I wish I could do that all the time, but like yeah, I can say that to myself, but honestly, draw what you see and not what you think you see. That's the first step. Like that's the observational drawing. But if you're making art, then you have to draw you not just what you think you see, but what you want to see. So what you want to see is very difficult to define. And that's the last step in art career. Like draw what you want to see. And I guess draw what you want other people to see. Like you might see it because you spent 12 hours on the drawing or 100 hours on the drawing, but that doesn't mean other people will see it too. So like you have to control the viewers' uh, attention. All that stuff really hard to do, very easy to say. You can say all the right things, but the practice is difficult. I want to make this clearer, like to it's too big. Pretty much adjusting this painting to like I want it to look exactly how I want it to look, the balance and everything, but it's difficult. I haven't watched too much Proco stuff. I haven't watched too much of anybody's stuff because I don't like tutorials. Like I think tutorials are good to start off, but then they stay too structured and they don't allow you to think. Like you're not really using your brain. You're letting someone else tell you what they think. Because most tutorials like, okay, remember this, do that, and do this, and you're good. But if you just do that, sometimes you don't you don't have enough of the required thinking to actually gain the skill that they're trying to tell you to gain. There's a difference between thinking through the lighting and figuring out the rules based on physics on your own versus following someone that just tells you like this is how it works and this is what you need to do and this is what you need to remember. Because if you solve the problem yourself, you'll remember how you got to the place. You'll remember what the logic is, and you'll apply it every time you think about it. If you think about, if you just memorize because someone tells you, like, oh, just uh, what subsurface scattering is more red, and drop shadows are sharp, and ambient occlusions are soft and only in crevices. Yeah, you can memorize them, but there are going to be times where it's a crevice and you forgot about it and it just looks out of place and you never figure out why it's wrong because you never thought about it personally. You never figured it out. You just remember someone else telling you because they figured it out. So that's why I don't like tutorials. I don't want other people to figure out things for me. I'll do it myself. Yeah, the problem solving part is really the learning part. If you don't do the problem solving part, you learn much less than the person who actually did the problem solving. That's why I like to study master arts, master studies, because if you copy it correctly, you have to think about how they think. Like when they were drawing, like what are they thinking, and how did they arrive at the conclusion after 20 years of practice. If you were to ask them like, oh, teach me everything you know, right? Then they will list out a bullet point of things. It might take them 6 months to list it out because there's a lot, but they'll list it out for you and you don't have to think about it. And I think you learn less than if you were to study their work, given that you have enough fundamentals to study their work. There's a lot of prerequisites for art that is overlooked and like people just don't want to do it because it's boring. They want to get to the part where they make nice things. What the heck? Most, I would say most YouTuber will standardize things because it's easier for the audience to digest. It's easy. Like anybody can follow these steps and become a professional artist. And that's true for the most part because the professional to be a professional artist, you there's rules you have to follow, and as long as you follow them, there's a bunch of rules you have to follow. As long as you follow them, you probably become a decent professional artist because you can match styles, you can accommodate for the different workflows, the different technology that they use at these game companies or advertising companies, whatever companies that require artists. But it's a different discipline to, I guess, paint. Maybe there's other types of art that illustrative art that requires a bit more discipline, a different discipline. Obviously, game artists require a lot of discipline, but the discipline is not not all the discipline there is geared towards making good art, and that's okay because you're just trying to make a product. The art is just a tool. But when you're painting or whatever, like whatever reason you want art, the final product of the illustration to be the product, to stand on its own, then I think the discipline is a little bit different. It's a little bit more comprehensive and different. And I don't think people realize that. I'm just rambling. This is the discussion part of the stream. I think, yeah, I can't say the rendering part is the most fun or whatever, because every single part of painting is pretty fun. Like the blocking is fun because you're making stuff out of nothing. It's a very fast process. The rendering part is fun because you get to think more, like logically. The blocking part, the initial blocking part, composition is like more artistic part of drawing. And then the rendering part is more like a test of knowledge and reasoning skills. A lot of people think of it as like left versus right brain, right? Like if you're artistic, you can draw. If you're not artistic, you can't draw. But I think to be a good artist in the space of like semi or realism or surrealism, you have to be pretty strong in reasoning skills. Okay, I think I'm getting stuck on this piece. Like, there's nothing much I can do besides crunching pixels to make this piece better. Maybe there's a few things, but I don't think it'll make a big difference at this point. Oh. Spoke too early. There's these like hair volumes that require more volume. This is fine. This is fine. We'll call it for now. We'll call it. So next, okay, I can't keep looking at it because every time I look at it, I have to do more. Okay, I gotta stop looking at it. Like the longer I look at it, the more I don't like it, or the less I like it. I still like it, but it just won't end. At this point, like my should I keep work? Is it good to keep working on it? Because I can still see it and I can still fix it. So it's not like I'm stuck. They're not stuck enough. No, no. Oh God. Okay. It's not frustrating at all. I don't want to bore you guys. And it's diminishing return. Is it diminishing return? I don't know. Okay. like this adds stuff to it, and that makes me happy. Shit. I guess it's not all diminishing return. Okay. Make a Discord server. Yeah, there's one. It's in the description. I have 48 weeks worth of study in there. I've done every week, so. Oh, yes. He's one of my favorite artists, and I study him once in a while. I would say my paint style or like my workflow and my taste is similar to his, except I'm inferior in every way. So uh, I'm chasing after his shadows, kind of. Oh, I don't even need to wait till tomorrow. I won't like it the moment I hit post. That's how it works, right? God dang. Okay. If I see it, I'll put it in. If I see anything, I'll put it. Like this fold right here because the cloth itself turns. There's this very clear line. Okay, okay. There's this very clear line here, right? It's like uh it's a little darker than this and a little bit more saturated. So if we go maybe a little bit more blue, a little bit darker saturated, we can okay, watch, this is gonna be pretty cool. To me, I think it's pretty cool. Clean this up. Clean that up. And then drag some lines through because it creates like separation. And then we flip it and then do this part. And then you have a very good separation. Let me see. Yeah, that versus that. That's crazy. Okay. So anyway. This is too rough. You don't want it to be too rough because the pearls themselves have roughness and I don't want it to compete with the veil. It's a little too much. Let's drop the opacity. Image flip the canvas right now. Okay. Uh, do I hate it? A little bit. It's crazy. That's mean, telling me to image flip right now. On stream, no warning. Hmm. Yeah, right? Flip the canvas plus 5 hours. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. And then you flip it back, everything's destroyed, right? Like it would just look like uh it would just look like this. Like when you flip it. I think there's actually a little bit of a problem. Let me think. Oh, okay. I mean, there's some things that are off that doesn't matter too much, like the hair being too forward for the side, like the side bang is too forward. That I don't mind. That's fine, because realistically, like that can happen, right? So that much is okay. But it's the awkward uncanniness that gets everybody. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait a second. Oh, wow. We do need more of that. Hold on. Oh, a little bit of pink over here. Okay, maybe not that much. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Yeah, I'm not trying to match the reference one-to-one. I'm just trying to match all the logic for the lighting one-to-one. Like, I want the lighting to make sense. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, if the veil shape is off, I don't care. But if the veil shape is off, then the shadow itself has to be off too. So, has to be corrected. That's all I really care about. Like if I add an extra fold or whatever, it's fine. Yeah, Huaisen. I don't know how to pronounce his name. He's one of my favorite artists. I say it's pink. It looks pink because it's on blue, but it's really purple. It's whatever. No. No, like I can just go in and add these there's the top face of the lower eyelid. Yeah, add that. And then this one's a little whoa, okay. Darker. Okay, too dark. The shadow of upper eyelid. I think the outer rim of the iris is a little darker. And the eye white is a little whiter at the rim. It's because I think it's because the iris, and they might be wearing contacts, but the iris is protruding the sphere of the eyeball. So the transition between the eye white, like between this face and this face, is actually curved. So you might have surfaces that receive a bit more like weird light. There's like weird color in here, like red. I changed the shape of the eyelash because I mean I do what I want, but it's like bump on the first eyelid, and it curves in for the. This is not the second eyelid. This is actually the hemisphere protrusion of the eyeball. The second eyelid is actually down here. And then she has dark or light purple eyeshadow. So probably drops it to near like more red. And then highlight here because it's Terminator. And then this light is probably the bottom eyelash. Like one bottom eyelash caught the light. Ooh, the front is too high. Okay. That look better, yeah. Okay, so when we flip this, it's gonna look like Squidward. Okay, let's not look at it for too long and we're good. Just a glance, right? Stop, no. Okay, let's save this and close it. Yeah. And let's start another one right now. So another one I wanted to study is Yu Ming Lee's painting directly, but I'm gonna probably change some stuff on it because stylistically there's stuff I prefer that he doesn't do. Let's do 4K. Let's do 5K. 8 to 5. 8 by 5K. Oh no, wait, wrong. No. It's 5 by 8K. Okay. It's kind of long actually. Let's do 6K instead. Okay, let's study this guy. Humingly. So let's get the basic shapes down. Is that dark red on top? It's so laggy. And then blue. Some white here. Yep. I'm saying the colors out as if you guys don't know what the colors are. So this will be a study of Yuming Li's painting. Another one of my favorite artists. If I can get that effect. Yeah, I can. Okay. Colors has a bit more complexity than I thought. Rob, thanks. I am blessed. Yes. What a beautiful painting. His painting. Just the way he uses light and color. It's good. So I think to get the lighting effect, I do need to have that transition color. That was that pink, red. This thing. Yeah, that thing. It's just a very basic brush. Okay, the form is building okay. But I think I can go faster. Let's focus on the shape first. There's some things that are off. Let me fix that right now instead of waiting. Okay, I think I want to. Yeah, I'm not sure about the order of things, but let's put the important parts like anything that affects light and form. If it's a big block, I just put it in. So this pink orange stuff down here. Just drop that in. It affects the entire perception of the painting. If I get it wrong, or if I don't get it in early, then everything else I paint won't be as accurate. Okay, so yeah, I'm not worried about the texture yet, but let's do. I am worried about the overall, the values that he uses and the saturation. So I don't want to oversaturate the thing. Actually, I want to undersaturate from what he's doing because I think I would like it to be a little less colorful. Sounds crazy, I know, but okay, so there's this edge that's built because my values are a little off. So let's fix that. It's like dark gray-ish. I'm just throwing down texture. I don't really care what kind of texture. I just want it to be noisy. And I'll clean it up later. So oh, the color palette's not big enough for you guys? Sorry, man. Hold on, let me fix this. Is that better for you guys? This is a study of Yu Ming Lee's painting. Yeah, I hope you guys can see the color wheel better. It's actually a pretty comfortable color palette size, actually. I wish my screen was bigger. That's the problem. It's actually really, I really like this size. It's easy to pick the right colors for me. I'm so used to adjusting the values and colors on the wheel that I can pinpoint what color something is pretty accurately. I shouldn't render it, but there's like really cool things that he does. Like, let me put it in real quick. Hold on. There's these really cool things that he does that makes it look so nice. Like this little sliver of light. Let's line it up real quick. Like those things are my favorite things. Like these tiny impressionistic details. And also, obviously, everybody likes Terminators. So it's a firearm here. Yeah. And like very sharp Terminators. So cool. I probably should draw other parts. Okay, the color palette is pretty accurate now for my painting versus my study versus his painting, but I think a lot of these intermediate colors are not put in yet, so it's not. It doesn't look as good. It doesn't even look right. So I have to do those first. These are my custom brushes. Okay, so eventually I'll deviate from how he draws, like the style, but I don't think I should deviate yet. Let's build the edge on the subject first. I think that goes a little green and a little darker here. Yeah. I think that's like bright violets. Uh, can I do this? Just drop some shapes in. Okay. So much time processing the low contrast areas. Alright, guys, I'm using all of my 3 brain cells for this, so I'm not talking. I might not even finish this study on stream, to be honest, because I don't know how long it'll take. I think it'll take me longer than I will stay on the stream. Yeah, the form is mostly good for the entire figure. I want to see, like, I want to study how this guy thinks. It's not just copying the colors. He put a hand here. I didn't even see it at first. He put it in and then he textured it out to lower the contrast over there. I think it's to not compete with the right side. Yeah, this like it's the same color, I think. It's like light passing through the between the index finger and the thumb. And it has this 1 pixel light coming through right here. And then I don't know what this is. Well, I know what this part is, but I don't know what the right is supposed to be. Maybe just part of the arm, but that'll be in the wrong place. So maybe the sleeves. And then darken this part to get the separation. These bright yellow flowers. Wait, not that high. These lighting on the edge looks so cool. Like that. Wow. It's less obvious than that. Yeah, that's about it. I don't think I agree with how the grass is done here, but the way he did it is consistent, so it works, but I think I'd like to do it another way. Oh, these edges are so cool. Hold on. And they're highly saturated, like purple and brighter. Like that. Honestly, it would have been faster if I did it in Photoshop because a lot of these brush characteristics are in Photoshop, but to get it in Clip Studio Paint, it takes a bit more effort. Hmm. My proportions off. Oh, why is it off? It's off. Goddamn. Okay. So I think this part. Mm, I can do this all day. I think I'll close the stream soon. I think people are falling asleep. Yeah, I'm used to bigger color wheels. Gives me better control over picking colors. Okay, I think this is a pretty good progress for now. All right, I'm gonna head out unless anybody has any other questions, but I'll close the stream in a few minutes. How I work with light. If you are good at form, then you can pretty much light anything as long as you think about like which face is facing light and which face is not, and how the drop shadows work. That's really all it is. There's no secret sauce. What did I eat for breakfast today? I ate a piece of bread. I'm gonna go eat another one. And I drank some green tea. Any other questions? Man, I don't like the drawing, the painting. I don't like it. So many things off. Yeah, the bigger problem is like the overall feel is a little bit off. So my cat requires my attention. Okay. Maybe later. I just have to look at it later. All right, I'll probably finish this on Discord. VC, I'm not. Maybe I finished it off stream. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, feel free to ping me on Discord or whatever if you guys have questions about art. All right, see you guys next time.